All right. First stream back after Christmas. Barely worked on the code. Barely worked on the engine over Christmas. Did a couple of things. I'm not running it on this computer in nearly 3 weeks, so we'll see if it runs. Compiling all the assets first. Might take a while to do that. Okay. Wow, it's still running the asset compiler. For my neck. There we go. I'll get my computer sorted out. I've not using it for 3 weeks. All right. So all I did over the holidays was this glitch effect and the scroll bar. So I think now, what do I want to work on today? There is a bug, so I should be able to click off the menu and have it close the menu. I'm clicking now, nothing's happening. And it's because there's a hot zone over here somewhere. Click over here, it should go away. So that is a bug. What I might do is just track that rather than solve it now. Let's get the notes up. Hot zone left over submenu. After it's closed. This means we cannot click the mouse button to close the pause menu. If it's in that hot zone. Okay, I'm not going to solve that now. I'm going to work on something else. First thing of the new year. Something easy to get me eased into this. Possibly combo boxes. I haven't worked on the combo boxes yet. A nice to have would be display this footer message even though we're over the label here. As well. So let's do that, put that in the to-dos. Footer should appear in menus. Well, footer text should appear in menus. Even when the mouse is over the widget label. And to do that, I think it might work on combo boxes. I think I want to turn the sound effects off. The sound effects are not real sound effects. so I don't really want to hear them. Oh yeah, and the text as well. The text size is extra large, should really be the medium size, I would say. I think that's too small. Let's have a go at combo boxes today. So the first thing I notice is the text is too close to this edge. I think there needs to be a little bit more padding in the actual text. So let's actually have a quick look at where we're actually rendering the combo boxes. The MUI renderer. Draw combo box. Nope. Draw combo box. Then we got get next combo box bounds. We've got the text box bounds, input bounds, button bounds, item list bounds. Okay, so that is in general. So this, if we want this to be moved over a little bit more, this X large, that is actually in the text box code by the looks of it. So how does this work? We've got the width is the height is just the bounds. Okay, so there's no actual padding. No, that's wrong. Where's the input bounds? Here we go. So we've got next p.x, separated state x offset, next p.x. So I think possibly we need some kind of thing. So let's put that in. Do we have text box padding? We have text box padding here. This isn't actually applied. Oh, it's applied there. So it's 4. So I think all we need to do is MUI renderer style text box padding. Text box padding, it's here, look. Let's just put that up to 8 and just see what happens. Okay, so that's padded, hasn't padded the where the text is drawn, interestingly. Okay, so that's not the correct thing. So that exit offset does take into account the padding. So that's actually the bounds of the box, not where the text starts. Ooh, interesting. We'll just follow it through then. And so it'll be in draw text box. Draw text box internal, title bounds, input bounds. So where? So we do draw string at the title bounds. So what I think we need is a style. So if we do something like translate, like 80, and that's drawing the title. Hang on a second. That's not what we want. We want where we're actually draw text box string. It's here. Draw text box string. Push a scissor rect. So the rect is this rect. So it's the text box string. So it's inflate -2. This is it. This is what we want. So if we do text box string bounds dot x plus equals 8 or something. There we go. That's more of a a nicer offset there. So we need to find actually. Ah, look, there we go. We have a problem here with now. Now we're doing that. We have a problem here with the scissor. So it needs to be text box string bounds dot width minus equals 16. So we've essentially got a padding here. Or a margin. It's actually a margin. Yeah. So we need a margin. Text box string margin. So let's just we'll do, this is a style box, text box string margin, there, and then we're just going to say this is not for here. All zeros for there. So this is style text box string margin left style text box string margin width and then we've got the height as well. That's top. That's height. Okay. I wonder if we should put this in that. Fanbjerg, top of the morning. Happy New Year. Hopefully it's a productive year. Hope you had a good Christmas and everything. My first stream back. Just working on, whoops. Still working on game menus. I didn't really do much over Christmas. New year, new code, yeah. Yeah. Shouldn't be a year filled with editor coding and stuff. I think the back half of last year I just did basically editor coding for most of it. First half of this year is hopefully gonna be bit of editor coding, but more gameplay stuff. Where's yeah, it's a long time, innit? It was 2.5 weeks or something. The only thing I did over holiday was put this glitch effect in, and then glitch effect in there. What else did I do? Oh yes, scroll bars. So just a nicer scroll bar. And I think I put the lighting effect on the title. I think that's the only thing I did. The only things that I did. And today, I'm going to do a bit of work on these combo boxes. I did a tiny bit. I did like 2 days of work at home. But not really, you know. Just when I had some spare afternoon or whatever. Just so I can remember how to code. Alright, so we've got this margin in. So one of the things I think I possibly want to happen. So right now. So here's the thing, like right now, if you click it, the box pops down when you release the mouse button. Is that what we want? Or do we want the box to pop down immediately? Yeah, no problem, Van Bjerg. Another thing is these are quite far across. It would be much better for them to be like here. So I wonder what's causing that. See, they're working fine. That's working as expected. They're too far across. Is that always like that? Let's just relaunch the game and go straight to the display menu. No, they're not. So that's possibly a bug. Yeah, look, now they're in the wrong place. That's a bug we can fix now. So what is causing so if we close it and then reopen it, it's in the right place. If we do this, then we do this, it's in the wrong place. Okay. Game UI. Tick sub menu. it's used anywhere. So the submenu canvas, it obviously storing state between frames that it's not getting reset when we swap the button over to a new menu. Or swap, just click a button. So they're in the right place. They're here, just a little bit past resolution. Is that a bug as well? The lighting effect. Oh, the button was left on there. Oh, that's because of that's probably because we had a breakpoint there. And now it's way over from resolution. So what is going on there? So the submenu canvas. Yeah, if there's a breakpoint, it breaks the lighting a little bit, but that's okay. So it's here. So the submenu canvas. We need to figure out where it's getting this offset from. It'd be in draw combo box or something. Game UI renderer. Get next combo box bounds. Get next text box bounds. So it's this X offset for separator state. So get current separator. This X offset needs to reset. Okay, so it's saying if the current frame is less than or equal to the frame count -2, reset it. So what I'm basically saying there is if it's been shut for 2 frames, reset it. I think we want a manual reset as well, so we can reset them all manually. So we have self-separator states, X offset. So what I'm going to do is in the IUI renderer. Do we want to do that in the IUI renderer? Yeah, probably. So we're just going to go. What would it be? Static inline, reset separator states, which is just with each separator states values. Don't know if this is allowed, we'll see. Arg.x offset is 0. We'll see if that's actually allowed. Oh. Oh. No, it's not allowed. We'll have to just go through it manually. For auto state in separator state, I'll use state.x offset is 0. Static function should not be used on function dependent file scope. In static. Reset separator states. There we go. So how do I want to do this? Game UI. So it's basically just before enter, we should do submenu canvas, get renderer, reset. It has to be public. Maybe we could do reset renderer. Maybe we do that. Game UI canvas. We might just put in a reset. Maybe. Call it reset renderer. Just p renderer, get renderer, reset. Do you want to do it on the renderer? Yeah, we are doing it on the renderer. UI renderer, so actually this needs to be public. I'm not going to have reset renderer. I'm just going to get renderer. Reset separator states. Okay, so display. So we are resetting the separator states now whenever we change menu. And that seems to be working. So now it always stays right next to resolution. Awesome. Cool. There we go then. Okay, so I think there's an error there in the width of the item list, item drop down box, because Windows being cut off. The word Windows being cut off. And also, we want some margin or some padding or whatever around these text elements as well. So first we'll work on the padding. Well, we'll fix this error first, where it says full screen borderless window. So Game UI renderer. Oh, it's right here, isn't it? No, it's not. Get next combo box bounds. Generate item list bounds. It's slightly too it's not wide enough. So this would be, it would be the next one. Monitor mode. So we've got 3. Windowed, full screen, borderless window. So we do have item bounds, measure string, and we're just getting the maximum plus 2 times item list padding. Right, so we need item list yeah, item list padding. I think item list padding needs to be a style box, really. So let's have a look at this. Oh, it's set to 0. Let's just set that to 2. That's probably all it is. Well, that does the padding. Yeah, I think that's all it is. Yeah. That looks cut off as well, that windowed. Or is that just my eyes? I think it is cut off there. I think there should be some pixels here. Okay. Game UI renderer style. This would be text box title, text box string margin. I think it's top left, bottom right. Yeah. So let's just put that to like 6. Should make it a ridiculously big number for a second. Put 32 on. We have to see, that might be a bug in the text drawing. Yeah, look, it's still cut off. Even there. So I wonder if that is a scissor thing. Let's fix that and check. where we draw all the text for the. So it'd be here. I need to draw the scissor rectangle. Scissor test, not stencil test. Scissor. Scissor rect. That's what I want. Yeah, the scissor's wrong. Cutting it off. Okay. Weird. Let's figure out what's going on there. So how is it setting the scissor? It's doing set extent rect item list bounds translated by bounds.xy. Hey. Yeah, I haven't been here since late December. But I'm back now for a few weeks, which is good. Root Dragon. Yeah, I'm back. I didn't do much work over the Christmas holidays. Yeah, it was awesome, thanks. I hope you did as well. Hope you got some chill time and gaming time. Yeah, it was awesome. We got a lot of snow. For England anyway, we got a lot of snow. I didn't do much on the game really. I put in these glitchy effects. So now if you open the menu up, you get like this glitch. And then I put in scroll bars, nicer scroll bars. But I only worked on the game like a couple of afternoons in like 2.5 weeks. Oh, cheers, thanks. So I'm working on combo boxes today. See how it goes. A little bug with the scissor rectangle at the moment. It's in the wrong place. It's cutting the W off. There should be some pixels there that it's not rendering. Yeah, the menu's coming along now. So I also put in so it just fades back a bit when you're not near it. Yeah, it's coming along. Nearly actually done with the pause, the whole pause menu thing. Nearly. It's got these to do. Combo boxes. Possibly something to do with the checkbox. Thing is, I always think checkboxes look a little bit just like on their own because they're so small. So we might do something like have an actual on-off switch. I'm not sure. Been learning the ways of template metaprogramming. Awesome. Diving into the deep stuff there, like. That's cool though. Yeah, let us know what you've been learning. And I've got to do this controls menu. And then there's a bug here with, if you look down here, the text like renders in the wrong place for a bit and then snaps into place. So that's a bug. And sliders, got to do sliders. And that's all the widgets done. I think I'm gonna like the widgets to support for supporting the main menus. And then we work then we're on the actual in-game menu stuff then. If context per stat is same. Yeah, awesome. That's awesome, Root Dragon. So you're getting into like where C++ is different from C in a big way. There. Yeah, if you really want to learn how to write optimized, architect optimized code, it's good to learn all that stuff. Yeah, awesome. Compilers and architectures. Awesome. Can know about more than C17. Yeah. See, they're not. I don't think they're 100%. I don't think C++ 100% supports C anymore. I don't think. Because of the recent C changes, they actually do things different. It was always C/C++, wasn't it? That was always what you would see, but I don't think you can really say that anymore. Using legacy MSVC. Yeah, cool. Cool, that's awesome. Yeah, my C knowledge is limited, really. I haven't really done... I have written stuff in C, but not massive projects or anything. Okay. So we need to start out this scissor rectangle. It's only off by like 2 pixels for some reason. Next combo box bounds. So what's this? This is the button margin. Maybe. How come draw combo box is not getting fired? Okay, so that's draw combo box list actually. Snoorish, hey, how's it going? Welcome. I'm doing alright, thanks. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year and everything. Yeah, I'll show you the editor and stuff. No problem. Hope you had... I was so busy over Christmas with family stuff that I wasn't able to get to the computer very much. Yeah, I'll show you the... So, I'm just working on I'm working on text combo boxes at the moment. A little bug where the scissor rectangle is slightly wrong. But I'm doing the game menu stuff. So, this would be the game. It's only really a test level. But I'm working on the actual, so I'm going to try and make a game with the engine, and I'm working on the actual main menu for the game. So yeah, it's your basic main menu really, but I'm working on like the visual side of it rather than the actual UI side of it. But there's a big editor as well where you can like move stuff around. Like this is actually a prefab with like undo, redo and stuff like that. And you can like, the idea is, let's have a look, see if I can find a decent thing that isn't a so this is a prefab actually. So this becomes like a brush in all these are like prefab brushes. So you make like these .prefab files, which are like, you lay stuff out and then you save them, and then they end up as brushes here. So I can like really stress this level out a second and then stamp this in the other level. But it's not meant to be really that extreme. That was just a stress test. So you make these prefabs, but they're only meant to be like little things, I suppose, like a table with some bottles on or something and some cups on, and then you stamp them in the level and you put like collision on and stuff like that. Making the UI framework, yeah, I've made everything, yeah. So that'd be like the level editor side of things. and everything, so everything's updatable. So you can drag these around and then undo and redo. And then the actual gameplay side of things, you can do things like, let's have a look. It's my first day back after like 2.5 weeks. I'm still getting used to like finding my way around and stuff like that. So you've got stuff like dialogue trees and things like that. So this was a test that I did for an NPC in the game. So I'm really kind of at the prototyping stage of the game. So this was part of a prototype that I did. So this is like multiple, so like dialogue trees that Jenny, an NPC, would take based on game state conditions. So it like evaluates from left to right, and there's sets of conditions on them. So this condition is like the quest has state started. So it's like quest has started. Jenny gives you a blueprint. A blueprint in the game is like how to craft an item. So Jenny would say something as she gives you the blueprint. Gives radar coordinates, and she gives. So these are all like little tests. So you could walk up to Jenny with different things in your inventory or whatever, or things in her inventory, different game state, and she would say different things to you. Unfortunately, I can't show you it because I've since done a big kind of editor rework, and I lost all of the, in the process, the prototype levels. But that work was kind of done anyway, and I'm moving on to the actual game now. And then I've got these things called brains. So the way you make NPCs do things is you would give them a patrol. So this would be like Jenny's patrol. And patrols are meant to be like high level kind of, this NPC goes here at this time of day. So she'll like, this patrol goes from 0 to like midnight really. So from 23 to 24. So like happens all the time. But you could assign different patrols at different times of day, and then different conditions and stuff. And then there's 3 types of node at the moment. So there's a travel node where the NPC will travel somewhere in the world, and then once they get there, that you can put on like an activity node if you want to, and assign a behavior to it, like that behavior combat. And the behavior is like what they do when they get to that location, and that's done with a brain file. So this would be the behavior. So this was to do testing combat. So this would be like a state tree for combat, and a behavior tree that would do some combat. So Jenny, I didn't assign it to Jenny, I actually assigned it to an enemy. We could assign it to anything, and then it would run this state tree when it gets to this location. But you can also attach these state trees anywhere. You don't have to attach them to patrols. So this was like a prototype I did for making the NPCs travel around the world. And we'll make use of this. So the idea is once the UI stuff is done, I'm going to do a vertical slice on the game. Just one area, put all of this together, like the dialogue and the patrols and the brains and stuff like that. Cutscenes. There's a cutscene editor as well, which does need a bit of work. I might have broken a lot of it. Where you can like set, there's these blocks here, so you can say like do something with the camera, do something with an NPC, and then you've got like a preview. And I don't know if this would actually work because I think I pretty much broke the cutscene editor when I was doing the level editor. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. It's not broken, it's just there's a lot of unimplemented stuff I need to finish. So we'll do that as well. And these are like, I don't know if you know about AI state trees, behavior trees or not, but this follows the standard kind of like selector sequence action node thing. So these are like So you set what type of node it is, and then this has some code that will get executed when the NPC gets to this action. But yeah, right now, just working on combo boxes. Heard the term but not used them. So the idea is you start at the top, and then a selector is like, we're going to select something to do, and if we do it, then great. If we don't do it, then we move to the next one. So it will evaluate this selector, which has a condition on it, and it's like the condition is that the NPC has, well, it will go to this one first. I'm not sure what this is. So we will evaluate, like a selector will evaluate one of the child nodes, and if it succeeds, then it's done. And then these sequence node will evaluate the child nodes, and if it succeeds, it goes to the next one, and if it fails, it's done. So the idea is you build up these kind of logical paths through the tree, and it tells NPCs what to do. So it goes to it. So this sequence is, we're doing an NPC compare location in different rooms. Oh yeah, so this was a little bit you put. So if this was like if you were to run out of the room during combat, so they're in different rooms. If I'm in so this runs on the enemy. So the enemy is me. Different room from the hero. And this is an inverted condition. So not NPC has combat state none. So it's in combat state. Then we waste time. This is the waste time action, which basically means we're just going to wait 10 seconds of actual time. And then if that completes, it goes to this one and it sets the combat state to none, which means that like if I walk out of the room for more than 10 seconds, they go from hostile to non-hostile. Oh, thanks, Snurish. Much appreciated. Yeah, I really like coding the game tech. That's kind of what I like, as opposed to like the gameplay, making a game. But I'm going to try and do a game as well, because I've not got a lot of experience in gameplay stuff. Yeah. So I love all this stuff, you know, making stuff like this. So yeah, that gets the NPC out of a combat state if you leave the room. This one like is if we're hostile level 1. So I think NPCs can be 2 levels of hostile at the moment. 3 really. They're not hostile. Hostile level 0, which is like I'm angry with you, but I might not attack you. And hostile 1, which is like I'm very angry and I'm going to attack you. And then, so it just evaluates these actions. Not everything can have conditions on them. So it's like, what is the condition we do a short attack or a medium attack or a long attack? And this is a selector node. So it's like, it'll just do one. If that fails, if it can't do a short attack, it'll try a medium attack. Or it'll try a long attack. But anyway, you build up these. It doesn't have to be combat. It could be for like making a cup of tea or something. And you assign them to patrols anyway, to the NPCs. I want a kind of game where the NPCs can react to what the player does, or what anything does in the world, to be fair. And then I'll fix the cutscene stuff when we do the vertical slice stuff. But yeah. And then there's a level editor, so you can just like, just draw stuff. So you can brush stuff or stamp stuff down. So you can like brush grass on. And then there's undo and redo and stuff. Or you can like brush, you know, ground tiles on and stuff. You need to make sure the Z is correct first. So yeah, I've built everything. I've made everything to like build the levels and do the NPC gameplay stuff. And then I did a lot of prototyping, so you can do like crafting in the shops and stuff like that. And now that was all what I did last year, really. And now I'm going to try and make a game with it. Arusius. Enemy that decided, yeah, make over tea instead. I wanted to try and make, so when I did the prototype, unfortunately none of the prototypes work anymore, but I do back up all my streams on YouTube, so you can find the combat streams. But I wanted to make an enemy that was not just like if you go near it, it attacks you. I wanted to do something a little to test that behavior tree thing. So what that it did was, if you go up to it, it was like a scorpion. If you go up to it, it like put its tail up, and it was like, don't come any closer, I'm aggravated. And that was what hostile level 0 was. And then if you continued to get closer, it would either run away or it would attack it. It would try and run away first. So it's kind of passive in a way. It would try and run away first, and then if it couldn't run away, there's a little like random chance maybe that it would just attack you. And then it could attack you to death. So I put in the death state. Or you could attack it and then kill it, and then it would drop loot. And that's as far as I got with that prototype. But I got the full thing of like going from not hostile to fully hostile to being able to kill it to then getting loot and putting that in your inventory. Yeah, and I've just got some basic UI for the actual in-game UI. So I'll put these little icons in, which are they're a little bit broken here on the side, but we'll get to that when we actually work on it. So I need to do these modals as well, because they've got half of the new UI, but they don't have the lighting effects or anything. And I'm not sure if I want full-blown like UI lighting in the actual in-game, because it can be. It's okay for the pause menu, I think, but it's kind of can be a little bit overwhelming, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Snareish, I'll definitely be on your stream again. Now I've got a little bit more time. I have a young daughter, you see, so it's a bit hard for me at home to get to the computer to get onto streams. But now I have a bit more time now she's back at school and stuff. Yeah, and it's like day and night cycle, so there's actually in the evening now. It's like 8 o'clock in the evening. So yeah, there's also like dynamic weather. Let's try and see if I can get this to work. Well, there's some fog. The rain didn't work. There's a few things, because I've just basically for the last 3 or 4 months I've been redoing the editor, and a few things have broken, like the rain. The rain doesn't work. The fog still works though. But we'll fix all that. We'll fix all that. One step at a time. Yeah, that's it, yeah. So, like here, it's a little bit, it's slightly difficult to read, I would say. Which I think is fine for a menu, you're not going to go in too much. It's like that, where it's over the top of another light, and it's night time. It's quite hard. Arusius, thanks very much. But yeah, the whole point of what I'm doing now is this UI passes to get all that stuff sorted. But anyway, I'll work on it. I've got a slight bug in the actual. We're a couple of pixels off with the stencil, with the scissor rectangle. fit. Have to figure out where we get the scissor rectangle from. And the content browser needs a lot of work as well. That's something I need to do. My goal for the content browser eventually is to be able to, I've got this filter section here which I haven't done anything with yet. So you're going to be able to put filters in. So you'll be able to type some text like, just give me all of the chairs. And then it would filter just to the chairs, and then you'd get a little button which says like chairs, and you could click X and undo that filter. So I need to do that as well. And the way you would do that is like, so we've got these sprite sheets. You can actually give each tile some tags. So that's why I'm going to do it. So you'll be able to like tag that that's a tree and stuff like that. That's how I'm going to do that eventually. That's the way I try and do it. Okay. So let's have a look. So that is actually in the text box. That. Draw text box. All this text box stuff I haven't looked at in ages, so I have no idea how it works. Night Child, fast beats today. Yeah, trying to get myself motivated back at work. Hope you had a good Christmas. Draw text box string. Push scissor rect. Right. Right. So this is how it works. This is where the scissor rect is. So that's wrong. It's wrong for... Let's just draw the scissor rects. Okay. Canvas. Or quad outline. Rect. Finish a space game. Awesome. Oh wow, look at this. I'll download it and I'll play it. This is your PS1. Oh, look at that. How cool is that? I love that the ship shakes. That's really cool. Yeah, yeah. That's really awesome, Night Child. Awesome. Yeah, I'll play that. We'll put it there and then I'll remember. I didn't do much over Christmas. All I did was work a couple of afternoons on this menu. Okay. So them white rectangles are the scissor rectangles. Yeah, you can see that it's missing. It's basically 1 pixel off. It's only the W character as well. Be gentle with the thrusters, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know what I think. It looks awesome. PS1 is like my era. I mean, I love gaming now, but that was when like I was really getting into it, into gaming. PS1, love all that. Okay, so it looks like. Do I want a proper fix? Or do I just want to bodge in a fix? So that's correct. Is that correct? No, is that 1 pixel out as well? Possibly is. For the X there. I'm seeing like a block of 4 solid white pixels, and then there's just a block of 4 solid white pixels, and it's missing these 2 end pixels here. Okay. Run out of music. Hang on. What do I want to listen to? Smooth jazz. Why not? Made 3D actually usable. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And the CDs, you know. Huge amount more capacity for storing data. So games got huge. And like authored games got like not procedural, like real huge, massive, like, you know, thinking of Final Fantasies and stuff. Yeah, it was awesome. It was a real leap. And that was it, right? So did it come out in 1995 or something? 1995 PS1, I would have been 10, 11 then. So it was like right in the perfect time for a 10-year-old to start seeing those types of graphics. Text bounds. Text box bounds. So the margin, I think this is where this works. It's gonna have to, the margin is gonna have to come after the scissor. So that's like rect there, really. $700 MB CD to stream everything. Yeah. PS1 more than 95, yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? Okay. I remember with Final Fantasy VII, he was saying like one of the things it was developed for the NE, it was developed for the Nintendo system, I think. I'm not sure if it was even ever released, but they chose. So they were thinking, oh, we're going to be cartridges or we're going to be CDs, and they chose cartridges. So then Square went to PlayStation after that because they were on CDs because they needed 3 CDs for that game. It would never fit on a cartridge. I think I remember that rightly. That's better. That is what we want. And then we're not chopping it off anymore. Okay, cool. So another thing I want to know is, all right, well, I need to get that margin a little bit down. Back to 4. Is when you click on it. So when you click on a combo box here, I'll just check. Does it drop down immediately? Yeah. So we want to implement that really. Because I think with these combo boxes, they drop down when the mouse is released. Yeah, so just check that's not being cut off anymore. It's not. I mean, it's very hard to see, but there are two pixels either side of those white pixels. Can't zoom in anymore. Okay, cool. So I think what we need is to drop the combo boxes immediately. So how are we even dropping the combo box? We'll see. I remember when we added streaming to our PS1 game. To interleave it with the audio stream. That's crazy, isn't it? That's awesome though. Did you work, Nightchild, did you work on the PS1 when it was a thing? When it was out there? Back in the day? Or have you just picked it up since? So we've got... Oh, it's here, look. Okay. Tick combo box state. Wow, that's awesome. So you're a veteran then. That is awesome. At least you got to work on one there. That's really cool. So there's tick button state, which is just a general button state. Do I want to mess with this? This is old code that drives all the combo boxes in the entire engine. Too cautious. Got scared off. That's cool though. I don't think I've talked to anyone that's ever worked on a PS1 game before. I don't think. I know people who've worked on PS2. So I'm wondering if we do something like, how easy would this be to change? We could have all, so let's just check in the editor, see what the combo boxes do. Find one. Here we go. What do these combo boxes do? So they're on immediately and they're off immediately. If I wanted to implement that, this is not here. Where would it be? Where was it? It was here. I'm gonna just check in. Don't want to break this. If the button state is pressed, if the island state is not focused, it is focused. So if it's pressed, it's actually probably focused. Let's see if just changing that breaks everything or makes it work. Not shipped any PS2 game. Neither have I. Neither has most people, I think. Let's mention something in the elevator. Wow, that's crazy. That's cool though. That's like power. Power. No, that's just broken it. Wonder why that's broken it. We're immediately putting it back to normal, possibly. So could we do button state dot state is equal to normal? Why isn't this working? This is the thing why UIs can be so annoying, is that you change one little thing and nothing works. Oh, no. No. We need to happen here. Is that right? No, I don't think it doesn't matter where it happens. So now it doesn't know what click it's doing. A new font size is normal. I think it's because it keeps changing it back to focused itself, the state itself. This is really a hacky way of doing it. Can we do and CB state is just focused? This music's a bit too smooth for me. I don't really know what to listen to. Lo-fi. Okay. No, not the CB state, button state is just focused. That's what we want. Oh, living the dream there. That just worked. That is nicer. That is the way it should be. What is this like in the editor? Much nicer. Don't think there are any. Doesn't appear to be anything. There's a slight visual bug there, where that goes back to. Goes from blue to grey. Right. I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. Make a cup of coffee. And then fix this little visual bug. So it goes from blue to grey kind of instantaneously. See what that's all about, because that will show up in the game as well. I don't really want it's okay with the editor really, but the game. Yeah, it shows up in the game. So we'll fix that. But after a 2-minute, well, I want to run some ads, so it'll be like a 3-minute break or something. If I run ads now, we won't get any more ads for over an hour, so I'll do it now. And then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. What's the difference between blue and grey? It's just... Is it just a render thing? I really want to resist as much as possible changing any of the UI, like back end really, because it all works really well. But the nature of UI is change one thing and loads of things break. We'll see. The front end, the render a bit, the UI render a bit's okay to change because there's no logic in it of how the actual UI works. It's just how it looks. So hopefully it's in here. Is hot and is current. So this is it. It's hot for a frame, and then it's not hot. CB state.current item. Let's see if I can reproduce this and set a breakpoint in the right place. So when I come back, it's still hot apparently, which means the fore colour, the back colour is going to be blue. So it's hot. Is it the current item? So the combo box states current item. Hot item is set. That's what it is. Okay. So when the combo box state closes, we just need to go cb state hot item reset. See what happens. No, didn't fix it. Okay, so that is so that is if we click the actual button on the drop down, that fires. Is that right? No, it's not. How do we get it? If we click off it, no. If we click the actual text box bit. Okay, so we're not going to do it there. If tb state equal to normal, try that. Not tb state, is it tb state? cb state. Item list state. Nothing is hot if the item list state is normal. Is that correct? I don't think that is actually right. Oh no, it is. That is correct. Oh, it selected itself. That wasn't me then. Why did that happen? It's not happening anymore. All right, that's fine. That is working. Okay. So the next thing I want to sort out is that this is slightly out. This width is slightly wrong. The W at the end is being cut off for some reason. Which is obviously fine in the editor, but in the game it's annoying. So we want the item list bounds. Game UI renderer. Generate item list bounds. So it's just measure string. So that is possibly to do with the canvas then. Ooh. So the width is 266. The canvas then reset in a bounds which is smaller than 266. It doesn't seem to be. $266. Set bounds. Set scissor. Look, the scissor is in there by 2 and it's 262 now. So it did actually make it smaller, which is probably why it's getting cut off. Is it getting cut off there with the W as well? Yeah. Okay. So we've got item list padding. So I think I'm going to not do that. And then I'm going to do, be careful here because we're doing FLT Max. Style, item list padding. So this, that'll cut it off, so we can't do that. But then the canvas itself is going to come along and nibble some off the bounds, which we don't want to do. Don't want it to do that. Let's figure out what's going on there then. Set scissor. Scissor's not doing anything. Scissor, oh, like 264. So set scissor did do something. That's weird. Whoops. Bamberg, how's it going? Hope you had a good gaming sesh. I'm just tightening up the combo box stuff. Oh, it's here, look. It's here. It's doing it. It's this call. So we have margin. So the margin is the style panel margin. So GUI render a style for item lists. This should be all 0. 20 games in 24 hours. Nice. Yeah, I picked up controller. I played the new Oblivion, the remake of Oblivion over Christmas. I started it. It's an absolutely giant game. Yeah, I'm having fun with that. There we go. It's not cut off. So we do need it to be a little bit further in the left. You'll never... Yeah, I know. I like those endless games. I like endless tasks in general. That's why I like doing this. Where I can just I can just go and do it whenever I want and don't have to worry about content running out. I quite like that. Or not for a very long time. Okay, so it's a little bit... So we need to work out when we draw the text now. So that would be the... would be... Where are we drawing current item? Where are we actually drawing the list of items? The enjoyable experiences that just end and you're left with never-ending despair of not being able to ever enjoy. I know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really liked Skyrim because it went on forever. I played it for years as well. My wife is still playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's quite a long game. That came out. She bought it when it came out, and she's still playing it. Still finding stuff to do in there now. It's amazing. Get next. Label bounds. What kind of should we be here? Next p.x. So that's 0, 0. I know. Translate by offset. So this get next label bounds Whoops. We have label padding happening on the Y after. I think that's kind of wrong. It began on the compiler, the scripting language. Oh, cool. How's it going? So I think this is kind of wrong. This is kind of wrong. Okay, so style box, label margin. All I can do is basic arithmetic. Alright, yeah, cool. Just started. That's awesome. That's not finding all of them. Are we only copying over? We're not copying over padding. We're not copying over the padding. Okay. Whoops. What actually we need to do is padding and the margin. There. And there. And we'll set them to be 0. Oh, and multipliers. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome, Vanberg. So what I need to do is actually copy these. I wasn't actually copying them into... This is where you can just set the style of some UI, of a renderer, a UI, type of UI renderer. And I wasn't actually copying over the label padding. Label margin is new. If there's an assignment, I just evaluate the entire right-hand side of the expression on the stack. And the result is on the top of the stack, and you assign it to the first free register. Awesome. Sounds good. Okay, so when we do give me my renderer now, get next label bounds here. So this is next p dot x. Well, no, this is next p dot y plus equals style label margin dot y at the top, and then label margin dot bottom. This is plus style label margin dot left. Scissor dot width minus next p dot x. Minus style label margin dot width. And there's no real, the padding is for the text really. Which I won't use for now. My hope is to be able to make it work for the scripts and improve it after. Yeah. Next on the list is control flow. Awesome. Okay, so now we have item list style. There are a few, like, there is a phantom click here. That's in the wrong place now. Slightly. 2 pixels off. And that's fine. Can sort that out. Because item list padding is so we're doing an inflate there. Let's not do that. I think that's working now. Yeah. So there is absolutely no padding at all, or no margin at all. So the item list, so the GameUI renderer, what is it? The renderer style. We now have label margin. Let's do 4. No, we'll do 0, 4, 0, 4. hasn't worked. Where are we then? Game UI. Okay, next label bounds. So the items. This is all the items, extra small to extra large. Style.label margin. Thought I just set that. We did. Item list style. So what is going on here then? What is style? Is style an item list style? It's a UI style. Well, this is really not very well designed, I don't think. Does colour not have navvies? Weirdly. Are we actually copying over label margin? No. So label padding style dot label padding label margin style dot label margin. This whole idea of copying them over is old, and I would do it differently now. I think I wouldn't do it like this. I promise not to work on engine stuff for at least a couple of months, so I'm not going to do it, not yet. There we go. I think we are off. Okay, so we've pushed it over, but that's pushed this off again. That just means the item list needs to put on the label bounds as well. So what is it? Item list bounds. So I'm gonna go dot inflate style label margin dot left style dot label margin dot right top bottom. That's definitely not worked. Still 0. It's still 0. Different style now. Okay. So for a second, what would this be? This would be item list style. Game UI item list style. Dot label margin. Where is this? Game UI renderer style. So it doesn't know about it. Right. There we go. That's the right. That is the right one. So it's still not big enough. Ooh, okay. So that is actually width. That is actually height. Yeah, we've got some awkward things where it's sometimes the item list is disappearing with not me doing anything. That is changed. That is because we changed how it drops. Do a different way. We'll inflate it afterwards. item bounds equals item bounds dot inflate. So what is it? So it should just decrease by 4. Oh, because it's negative. Okay. So it is 108. 112. 120. It's going up by. Okay, so this is actually right. On the bottom. Look at the big one. Yeah, I'm definitely, for some reason, it's closing now without me pressing any buttons. I'll have to fix that straight away. It's coming in at -1 as well. So that should go to -5, 100, and for 53, 157. Okay, I'm just going to do it the traditional way. That is working now. Is it just the item list padding? Is 0. It's 2. Yeah, that was working as intended before anyway. Label margin. Label padding being 0. Does seem like quite far off. Actually. Next label bounds. I wonder if we're actually adding it 2 times. So let's just for a second put like plus 32 there. So if we just do the width, I wonder if it needs to be 2 times item list padding for this to work. Oops. I think that is correct actually. It needs to be 2. Yeah, look, it just closed there for some reason. I think actually, no, that's 1 pixel off as well. Hey. So this is the item list bounds. Item list padding, item list bounds. So what's happening is this we're measuring the string and then we're basically making a margin around the outside of the string because the string is just a label. So we're only actually using the width here as well. So this is just item bounds dot width plus label margin dot width. So that is the width of the largest string in the list. And then we're making a rectangle. So this should we're making a rectangle. We'll just make a rectangle of the width. So that should be, that's going to get minused in because the rectangle itself has got margin. Which is what that is. So this is let's put that to 0, set everything to 0. So that looks right. That seems to be 1 pixel off. because we're drawing it. This is drawing 1 pixel to the left. And then it's cutting it off here. So this is when we're actually drawing the label. So we do get next label bounds. Scissor.width. $424. So that is the full, that is starting on 0 and is the full width. So we're just saying it is the, so we're passing in the font and not actually using it. Ooh, that's a bug. Okay. So we need get line height where we pass in a font and we pass in a font and a font size. Like that. Okay. So we seem to be drawing it 1 pixel too far right. That seems to be what's going on here. So 191. So the result item list bounds is 191. Alright, let's add break running in 1 minute. So I'm going to take the opportunity to make a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So where are we now? So we're drawing a title of the combo box. And then we're drawing the button. And then we're going to draw the combo box with all the items in it. Begin. Set the bounds. Set scissor. Margin should be 0. I'm going to go through each of the items now. And then we're going to call get next label bounds. Margin is 0. Looks good to me. And then we're just going to draw it. But we need the one that is windowed. What's going on here? It's actually this one. Okay, so this is where we're going to draw full screen borderless window. Draw label text Label bounds. Okay, so it's this center. We're doing box center left align text from the center. Okay, we've got a 1. We've got a 1 there now. Okay, so the font. It's the same font, the same size. Now it's saying 1. Bounds, it starts at 1. Weirdly. So first it came back as 0, then it came back as 1. Game UI renderer. Get, what is it? Item list bounds. Generate item list bounds. So it is 1. It comes in as 1 there. Okay. So it's item bounds dot write. Okay, let's have a look. Yes, that seems fine. That's directly on the I think we want to go for that. I think that's fine. So now what we need to do is this label margin. The label margin, wherever it is, needs to be 4. So we put 4 pixels either side of the string. See what happens there. Okay, so it's cut it off. It's put how many pixels does it put this side? It's 4, isn't it? So it's put 4 on that side. Then it's put 4 on that side, but it's not measured the string. It's not added it onto the end of the string. So that should go, the width should be 425 plus 8. 433, yeah. Okay, so now that's because now the item list is going to maybe subtract something here. $433, still $433. So we want to do get next label bounds. So we've added on the label margin 2 times. Yeah. So maybe we should just do a measure string again here. So what I'm thinking is maybe we do result.items.add item bounds translate by offset there. Oh, we can't do that. The thing about get next label bounds is it changes the state. And I get the next label, get the next label, get the next label. So we actually need to add on. Well, that would be fine. Oh, it won't be fine for the. We need to add on. No, we would need to add on some height to make so that this like does stuff for the scroll bar and stuff. So that's 425. So what actually is the item list bounds? 433. Four with a width of 425 goes to 429. Okay. 424. So it's actually 425 is the right. .425 is the width. Yeah. Or with a width of 425, that is correct. So that's getting a canvas with the item list bounds. Okay. So this is the margin for okay, normal labels. So we need to actually add on give me my item list label margin. Oh yeah, okay. No. E. Is basically adding it on twice. I think. Why suddenly does that list disappear as well? That's really annoying, that. So the width has to add on more. This might be a bit too fiddly just to get right. That seems right. Okay, we'll go with that. Let's check the pixels. Okay, and then what we want to do is those boxes have to get inflated outwards. Okay, so that we're actually making the label. The back colour of the label. There. A different colour. So we're drawing a quad, we're drawing a string. And it's the label bounds. Interesting that. Okay. So the margin kind of has to be 0, and it's the padding. Okay. Let's try this. So that means when we actually generate the two times, so we want label padding as well. That's it. And what we want to do is we actually want to shift the text up by the label padding. No style. Let's just translate. Oh, plus back to label padding 0. Hopefully that will just shift it up a bit. Not off. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so I'm happy now with the actual, the padding thing is working. So what we need to do, we'll just check. If we put like 16, what does that do? Not there though. GNUI renderer style. My Fuman Chew. Thank you. Hope you had a good Christmas, New Year and all that stuff. Yeah, I had a good one. I didn't really work. Didn't do much coding. A couple of afternoons I had free. So I'm really in the same place I was in December. Good, quiet. Yeah, nice. So have you started your indie studio now? For lack of a better term. Alright, cool. And then if we put the padding, the margin up. Whoops. Just starting today, yeah, same with me, yeah, my daughter just went back to school today. Day 1, eh? Okay, so it looks like the margin's not actually doing anything. should make that happen. So we do have label margin. Coming out as 0. Game UI item list. Maybe I changed the wrong one. Do you have a bit of a plan, Fu Manchu, of what you're going to do? No. Didn't. Have you got like a... I have to rebuild this. Got like a... yeah, plan. A timeline. There we go. Okay, so it's not working with the scroll bar, interestingly. Yeah, we need to do some work on, see if the scroll bar still works. The scroll bar should appear. So let's have a look at that. I made the mouse pointer massive. So it's all the way to here. We should have a scroll bar. So if I do this, why is there no scroll bar? Get V scroll bounds. Has V scroll. Last scissor height, 220, 205 is greater than the scissor height, which it is. What is that? State.last size is greater than the scissor size, scissor height, and the state.last scissor height equals the scissor height. Okay. $283. Oh. We have an infinite scissor there. Strangely. No plan yet. But I'm pondering first porting a mobile game. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, good idea. What was the game? What kind of game was it? Keep missing it. So we're setting the scissor height to be basically FLT max. Strangely. Set scissor. Just the bound stop. Yeah, okay. Okay. So the last size is never going to be bigger than the scissor height. Mobile platforms. Oh yeah, cool. Doing well in the early 2000s. So what we're doing here is we're setting basically just to like the scissor to be like the maximum it could be. Which breaks the scroll bar. So we can't say scissor really, it needs to be the last, we do have the last bound. It's been invalidated though. The last size, the last size is what we're checking with the current scissor rectangle. So when we're doing FLT max, there. Why don't we just work out the height? And we'll say the height is just get LCD line height. Height equals, our height was a height plus equals item bounds dot height. Our item bounds dot bottom plus 2 times label margin. Oh, yeah. Dot height. See about that. Okay. Can't find proper information. Ah, right. Connect the dots puzzle game. Awesome. Yeah, nice one. That's awesome. Wow. Not many pixels, is it, that? Set bounds. Set scissor has V scroll. Scissor. 283 361. Okay, so we're doing something here. Brr. This is the real awful fiddly bit of UI, where you're just trying to get things lined up. Sony Ericsson. Yeah, cool. It is amazing what people can do in it. I agree. Sony Ericsson, Blumenek. So what are we doing? Like, we're setting it to FLT. We're obviously not drawing a... When we were setting it to FLT Max before, we're obviously not drawing a huge rectangle in height. We were clipping it somehow. So let's just start this at 0. I wonder if that's happening when we're sometimes the combo box is just closing. I wonder if that's if we leave this area. Okay, let's go back to FLT Max. Well, I'm wondering actually if this is just being drawn with a transparent background. I wonder if that's how it's working. So here I think we can do draw quad outline. We do not do that. Oh. CB bounds, item list bounds, that's what we want. What's the problem here? Item list bounds dot bounds. Okay. So we can see what they're going to be now. So what it looks like, yeah, is the margin of is this border here that's transparent, and then the padding, and then the margin of the actual label, and then the padding of the label is okay. So let's keep that there for reference. We are render a style. So do we have a combo box or an item list margin? We don't. So this should be here, the item list margin. All right, let's just quickly figure out, well, let's just put it in there. So this is style box, item list margin. And then So this is item list margin. It's the style dot item list margin. And this is the item list margin. I think so. This is measure string. So that's just the width and the height. Okay, so that gives a bounds. Ah, okay. So this actually the item list bounds translate. I get what's going on now. Yeah, this is the item list bounds, and then we have to go result. Well, let's just check this. Well, result.bounds.inflate. Well, x plus equals style the item list margin, which we don't have any. Style box item list margin. Margin.left result bounds.width minus equals style item list margin width result bounds.y plus equals style No. So hang on a second. It's minus the margin. What is it? It's plus margin left. The width is plus margin right. Plus margin top. Bottom. I think it's just that. Dodge 13 channel, how's it going? Pretty alright. Just stressing out combo boxes at the moment. Okay. That seems to be working. That's good. Let's take that away for now. Yeah, I'm just working on the game UI. Basically, pause menus, specifically the combo boxes. So there's a bug there where it just closes sometimes on its own. Which graphics API for UI? It's all DirectX 12. Yeah. Yeah, at the moment. Obviously these combo boxes won't look like this. I'm just trying to stress it out, like with padding and margin and stuff like that. Okay, so if we put the margin, if we just do like 16, 16, 16, 16, does that shift it all? Does not. So for some reason it's 0. Where do I copy it over? There we go. There's 2 places, you see, which is a bit annoying. I might spend a day changing how this works because I don't like it really. It's too difficult to add stuff. Like I was saying before, it's super old. Super old code that I don't really like. Okay, so it still hasn't copied over. Or we're just not using it. No, it's still 0. I try to avoid auto. Do you currently use them to do things fast? I think because I'm always, so I tend to just like, I'm always kind of in the debugger all the time. So I don't really have a problem with not knowing what type things are. Do you know what I mean? And there are a few things where you kind of like have to use auto in the code because it's, you don't know what you're getting back from a call. And it saves time, exactly, yeah. So I try and use it whenever I can. So it's still 0. Why is it 0? Okay, let's see if we can actually follow it, see what happens when we do this. Just setting them all. So where are we now? We're in UI style. So what is underscore style? UI item list style. There we go. Did you start the engine with the sprite renderer or something else? Right at the very beginning? The first thing I made for it were like the container types, you know, like array and string and stuff like that. And then I made the memory management stuff, so like the heap. Ooh, there's an ad starting in a minute. Like the heap, I'll snooze, I can snooze it. So, yeah, like the heap and stuff, how I'm going to do the memory. And then I started on the content pipeline, so getting assets into the engine. And then after that, I started on the renderer. You avoid standard stuff. Sometimes, I think I would probably use standard vector now, to be honest. It was just at the time I was like, oh yeah, let's just build my own array, you know, try and get a good one, figure out how to do some stuff. But this engine has its own array type, yeah. I use standard array quite a lot. But I mean dynamic array, you know. And I use like standard optional quite a lot. But it was like, you know, a learning thing as well, you know, trying to learn stuff. So that's what I did. I need some list margin. 16 it says. Okay. Oh no, okay. No, I'm in the wrong one. That's the problem. But I don't have any problem with using standard stuff at all. Probably the best, if you're doing like a proper commercial grade game, it's probably the best thing to use. Or if your engine comes with one. There we go. So now we've put the margin there, it's come off the end, which is what we want. Obviously, I'm not going to do that on this combo box, but we at least want to be able to have a margin. But I think that's it. I think that's all of the components, all of the like margin and padding for everything working now. Just make that 0 actually. So now what I want to do is make it work with the scroll bar. No exceptions too. Third engines, avoid them. Yeah, no exceptions. That's right. Try and deal with it a different way. But yeah, no exceptions. I'm a beginner. Yeah, well, if you got any questions, just ask, no problem. Okay. So what I want to be able to do is put in like a maximum size, a minimum, a maximum height. So I want to be able to scroll these. If there's like millions of options, maybe that is actually doing that there. Scroll bar's trying to appear. Oh, there we go. It looks a bit weird. Wonder what that's causing that. So the scroll bar is kind of working, but not, because it's cutting something off the bottom. So the scroll bar, for reference, would look like this. Actually, the maximum height stuff is working. Right, I'm gonna nip to the loo while this ad break is on. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. So the scroll bar is not scrolling right to the end. Let's just check it. It does actually scroll to the end totally fine. On the other stuff, what I want to do is check that that is actually the last one as well. 1440 by some number, by 900 or something. So I'll go to the renderer style there, and it be the label. The label margin. So not label padding 4. Yeah, so I'm just going to try and figure out if I can do this scroll bar for 1 more hour. So okay, now we're not even opening any of them. What's going on there? Generate item list bounds. Draw combo box. Ah. It's meant to be drawing something, but it's not. Oh, it's drawing it underneath, look. Oh, it's drawing it at 0 size. Hardly any size. Yeah, there we go. Just drawing a tiny one. Okay. Is it bottom? It's height. Okay. That actually looks like, now we've done that height thing, looks like the scroll bar does work. I have a problem there with selecting them. Can't select it for some reason. And it's obviously wrong. I want to hear your thoughts on CMake and Git. So I don't use CMake really. I've used it in the past for little things. Found it fine. I found it fine. It was okay. I just used the Visual Studio one, MSVC, and Git. Use GitHub only for saving my changes. That's it. I don't know anything about it really, other than pushing and pulling, committing, pushing and pulling. If anything goes wrong with it, I just end up Googling to find out what's gone wrong. Because I'm only me, you know, there's only me working on everything. I don't need to use a lot of the features. You know, I might occasionally stage something, stage a change, or stash a change, whatever it's called, where you save the change but then revert back. But not very often at all. But yeah. Okay. So it looks like it's not rendering right, but it is functioning right. It's the scroll bar. So maybe we can do FLT Max like I was doing before. So I was getting confused because this is obviously creating the canvas to draw the item list in the combo box, but it's not using it for drawing. It looks like it's using it for just calculating bounds. That's all it's doing. Pretty useful. But they make simple things so hard to do. Yeah, that's it. Like the thing about using the Visual Studio build system is it just works kind of out of the box, and you don't have to do anything by default. And then I use something called what is it called? VCPKG, I think it's called. Yeah, VCPKG. which is like an extension, I suppose. It's an add-on. And I put my list my dependencies in there. To find out where it is first. Yeah, VK. Let's just. So I just put my dependencies here. These are what the engine uses, and then it just downloads them, creates DLLs, links them itself. You know, don't have to worry about it. And then there's a little bit of, so I have a thing called build tool, which is like a shader compiler. That like a little more, that's a little bit more of an extension for the build system, so I can build shaders slightly differently to how you'd normally do it. But out of the box, it just works. That's one of the reasons why I like it, I think. Okay, so one of it's not actually. So result.bounds, the thing is, result.bounds is returning FLT max. So we can't do that there. Is it a sandbox game? It's gonna be a little bit of sandbox. So the game is going to be like it's a sci-fi gardening game. So don't look at the art really, because all the art is just from previous projects. I haven't actually drawn anything for it yet. But you're going to be on a space station doing quests for NPCs. And the quests might like lead you down to a planet or something. And then you go out and you like harvest seeds and plants, and you bring them back to the space station, and then you grow them on the space station, and you plant them throughout the space station to make like a nice environment for yourself in the space station. So it's going to be sandboxy in the way that like you decorate the space station, and then the NPCs will react to what you've done, if that makes sense. And sandboxing is like a big kind of game world that you can just talk with NPCs, do quests for them and stuff like that. But like I say, I haven't really got any of the art done yet. I've just made the engine now. The engine's pretty much done now. So like it's got like a level editor. And you can like, you know, that guy's just hammering on the water forever. And like build stuff. Hi Borochecker, thank you. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's cool. And then it's got like, you know, dialogue trees, so you can like make dialogue for NPCs. Then you can make quests. And this would be a very simple fetch quest. Is it a fetch quest? It's a test.quest. Is it? I don't think it's a fetch quest. I think it's just a quest that takes the player from place to place. But all of it's like prototypes, you know, there's no real game content yet. I'm going to do that after I've done the game UI. I'm going to start putting in actual game content. Made a synth. Nice one. That's awesome. Currently my combo boxes are broken. In Scala, wow. Class. Yeah, so I wasn't understanding before is that this is used to calculate the height. So we need to first figure out why this is not working anymore. Oh, is it though? Let's go back. Yeah, just give me a link and I'll have a look. That's no problem. Don't cost anything in channel points. I like looking at stuff like that. This. Oh yeah, awesome. In Scala, that's amazing. What do you want me to look at? The source folder. There's a reference directory. Ah, okay. Ooh, catch. Hang on, let me just turn the music off.
Here is some sound design for when you select a relic for Twisted League in old school RuneScape. At the moment, we have the JagFX synthesizer open, which is used to create all the sound effects in old school. And these are some different components that are part of the overall sound.
Really cool. Wow.
Once all these different sound layers have been synchronized together, the results will sound like this.
Yeah, awesome. Cache over, that's okay.
I created Zeeback's roars using assign tone and distortion. The snapping of Zeeback's jaws were created using a noise tone with some high frequencies boosted. Here are all the sounds of the melee attacks heard together.
Yeah.
For Zeeback's big roar, I added some additional sub-bass. Here are all the sounds together. I created the gulp sound for Zebak's enraged ranged attack by sculpting a suitable frequency curve using a sine tone.
That's awesome. That is really cool. Specs contain file format information. All right. Did you make this file format? Is this yours? The .synth file. No, okay. That's what I see. It was reversed. Cool. Could see if I get my engine to play it. Right, I see. I haven't really thought actually about sound at all in the engine yet, other than playing sounds and stopping sounds. Some parts of the format need to be patched due to byte differences. Okay. Yeah, cool. That's really cool. Good work. Nice relaxing Christmas for you then. I hope you had a good Christmas. That's really cool. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to take, and then I'm going to have an actual proper look at the source code and stuff. You started on December the 31st. Cool. Nice relaxing New Year then. Yeah. Nice. When I do go back to sound, which I might do at the end of this UI class, so I can put some sounds in for the UI, I might have a little look into, like real time, not creating sounds, but modifying sounds, It would be nice to like have a muffled, see you're in the space station and it's muffled, or in a spaceport and it's something's muffling, like a muffly generator sound, and then you walk out of the spaceport and the sound like brightens up and stuff like that. That would be nice. To patch it 3 times. Okay, yeah. Yeah, cool. But my sound, I don't have any really much experience at all on creating sound, other than loading them, like streaming them and playing them and stopping them. But I haven't made a filter before or anything like that. That'd be interesting to do. Yeah, so combo box seems very broken. All I've managed to do this afternoon is really break the combo box. There's patch. Right, okay. Okay, cool. So you were able to derive the file format from reading the code. Nice. Ah, I see, yeah. I see. Three batch, yeah. Yeah. Nice. In terms of the in-house tool. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's fun, yeah. Awesome. Oops. So why? Ah, look. It's... What is it? It's not item bounds height. It's get LCD line height. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there's a problem there. So I didn't close that combo box. That's the first thing I'm gonna have to fix tomorrow. So label margin height. So come on, where are we? That's completely wrong. Game UI renderer. Get next label bounds. The height is apparently, oh, it's a separator bounds. Get next label bounds. It's here. It is just line height. So margin for the actual label is 0. So what I'm going to do is put a little label margin. Of like 4, what would it be? 4, 4, 4, 4. 4, 4. What would it? Top left. So 2, 2, 4, 4. 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 4. And then there's this bit on the end. What is that? It's just that, I think. I'm not entirely sure why that is 2 times, but that is what it is. Okay, there we go. And then there's a little 2 pixel. Well, no, there isn't there. There's a 1 pixel. No, it is 2 pixel. Okay, so that is 2 pixels on the bottom. Two pixels on the top, and it looks like 4 pixels on the left and right, which maybe is this. Oh no, we put 4. Silly me. Yeah, it was 2424 or 4242. So we may as well make it 4 for all of them. Whatever it is. And then first actual, I think, visual kind of cool change is that we're going to make it a rounded rectangle. So that's in draw label. So draw label, we're just drawing a quad. We'll draw a rounded quad. And then we want the radius. The radius needs to be could make a style for this. Label background radius. Either make a style for it, or we could make a tweaker for it. I'm not sure yet. We'll say 8. See how that looks. Yeah, that's nice. It's nicer, isn't it, having it rounded like that? Okay, now I need to figure out. Problem is, it's like sometimes it closes on its own. So what I did is at the beginning, on the actual state, I said if it's focused. I think I'm going to just put this back to pressed, you know, because it's not that bad. Pressed means that the mouse key has to be released, the mouse button has to be released for the drop down to happen. Which I don't know if we do want or not. It does kind of feel better just having it appear. And that means obviously like we have to find like kind of reproduce this bug where it just closes sometimes. Then I think what we'll do is the rounded rectangle, the bottom needs to be rounded here. Again by 8. So how are we going to do this? So this is draw background. Game UI renderer. Do we have an item list renderer? No. So it's begin UI. I want to know where. The background is drawn. Renderer begin. So where exactly is this grey box drawn? Don't know. So now we're into drawing labels. Draw canvas. Draw range. Yeah, so that doesn't draw it. Somewhere in here, somewhere between here and here is a draw quad. So either that or it's clearing it. Nowhere, basically. It's calling draw quad notes. It must be clearing it. Clear target true. So if we do false here, what do we actually get? So what I think it's doing is it's clearing it to oh, that's weird. So okay, well that's fine. It doesn't seem to be causing any problems. What I want to know is what happens if something changes underneath here. I'll have a look at this line. It's working fine, isn't it? I think. Yeah, that animation is playing fine. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go BM clear target. BM false even. Clear target. So now that allows us to draw a background. So how do we do that? Begin and clear maybe. So let's just check, see what happens with this code path. What I want to end up in just basically the draw background call. Clear. Draw background. So it's going to draw a menu background, which is not what we want. We can have a context. So it basically drew this menu background there. So we've got this clear here. So we check the context of this. We need to know that we are actually an item list. So this, what does context does it think it is? Context is unknown. So let's do item list set context, and the context is going to be item list. And now when we do begin clear UI, we want to pass in the context. We have canvas, so let's check that. I'm going to say else. It's going to say if canvas get context. Ooh, so it's in the IUI renderer. Oh, it'd be in draw background, wouldn't it? Okay, let's just follow this through then. So in draw background, we can get the context. If it's an item list, we can draw it a different way. So we have the canvas, and the canvas has an item list context. So we can say if canvas get context, it's an item list, else we'll just draw it as a background. We want to do canvas draw rounded quad. So it's the bounds, and then it's standard array. I don't know if you have to do standard array, I can just do this. Colour, don't know what colour yet. Let's draw it blue. Z order, let's see. Easy layer background. Alright, .13 channel. Will the compiler up to where a condition in V scroll aware? A condition in V scroll? I don't think so. Which particular condition? Whether it exists or whether it needs it, for instance. I don't think so. It needs to check if it needs it every frame. So we'll do 0, 0, 8, 8. I don't know what order the radiuses need to be in. Yeah, so like what it does is it uses the previous frame's height to determine how big the scroll bar is. And if there isn't a scroll bar, it checks by just checking the previous frame's height fits into the actual menu. You can directly return condition instead of returning true and false. Did you see it here in this code? Do you remember? I suppose it might be difficult for you to see where it happened. Let's see. Let's go through it. So begin. Here. So this is getting the V scroll bounds. And if there's an area, so if there are V scroll bounds, then we draw the scroll bar. That's what's happening here. Or we tick it and then we call before draw and then draw. And then we have this does the check if we have V scroll. So we could do, is this what you mean? Just return this straight away. Yeah, you could do that. That's no problem. That would be fine. I do this for debuggability, so I can just step into it and I know immediately if there's going to be a V scroll or not. But yeah, you could return the condition directly there. That'd be fine. From a compiler point of view, it won't matter. It won't make any difference. Okay, so we've got the blue. It's hard to see. Top and bottom. Oh, there we got that bug again. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. This will just compile to exactly. It won't make any difference to performance or anything. And then in a release build, who knows what the compiler's doing anyway. You'd have to actually look at the disassembler to see what was going on. Okay. So in draw background now, we've got these bounds the wrong way round. Blue's too hard to see. Let's just draw like okay, there we go. So we've got this rounded rectangle at the bottom. So in terms of like the look and feel for this, I think what I want is no gap on the top, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. The problem with putting this gap in between items is there's nothing selected there. I don't know if that's the best really from a UI point of view. And what I also want is the box to move very quickly rather than just disappear and then be there, to actually move down really fast. Like the buttons move really, they don't just snap the buttons, they actually move. There's a transition there, I want that to happen as well. Bit of green hue. Yeah. What I'll do, I've got this tool called Tweakers, where I'll be able to actually pick the actual colour by looking at it, so I'll be able to get a good colour. Eventually, when we get there. There's a couple of things I got to do, like check the scroll bar doesn't seem to, it functionally works but doesn't look right. So if this was filled with 1,000 things, you'd need a scroll bar to appear. Got to do that first, and then I've got to do the transition, and then what it actually looks like. This right now it's just obviously a blue. This is because this is like directly taken from these ones. You see? So it's still blue like these are blue. So I need to figure out that as well. But I could put like I could do this for now. Like there's probably going to be material written for the actual text item specifically. See, the problem with putting like no margin in the middle of these two buttons is that they will butt up against each other and it might not look very good when the material is there. So I need to somehow alter the actual... Oh, and I know what we could do. We could make no margin. Draw the button background a little bit smaller. Maybe. And then at least the hitbox for the mouse will cover the whole area and they won't get that gap in the middle. See what I mean? It butts up to it exactly now. So the padding itself would need to be like bigger. Put it at like 12. And then we'll reduce in the actual button size. That hasn't worked. This is why I need it to work, you see, so we can mess about with it like this. Label padding. Is it label margin? Is the label padding? The margin is outside of the label. The label's the whole thing, including the background. Okay. I'm gonna have to go in 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. Game UI renderer. Get next label bounds. I actually need to put this, so keep going up. Put this here. Just not doing padding at all. So the padding so it's plus 2 times style.label padding. So that'll do the height. The width is a difficult one. What is label padding? I thought we set it to like 12. I think that is actually working though. 4. Do we set it to 4? I really need to redo this as well, this style thing, because it's confusing. Label padding's 12. It's saying it's 4, so this is... Oh, right. Label padding is 4. UI item list style. Label padding, wherever it is 12. I might not be copying it over then. Yeah. Oh, it's not built. It's an error. Okay, we need to rebuild it. And we might need to actually make it, rather than a label, a specific thing, like an item list label. So like the label padding on the label padding on like the X and the width doesn't matter because it just stretches across the entire canvas. Anyway. Alright, there we go. So now, let's bring this back. Wordology, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So we'll put that to like 4. And then when we draw the actual item button itself, we can see if we can scale that back. Yeah, the scroll box is a bit broken. There shouldn't actually be, I don't think there should be a scroll box there anyway. There's the progress. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just working on these combo boxes all day. They're kind of complicated, unfortunately. But yeah, I had a good Christmas and that. Hope you did. They put in a couple of things, like I put in over Christmas this glitch effect when the menu comes in, and then there. And then I did put in some scroll bars that like grow and shrink. But I didn't really work on it over Christmas, to be fair. And now I am just working on these combo boxes, like the appearance of them, you know. So it's in generate item list bounds. Now the height is plus 2 times label padding. It's going alright. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to go in the next like couple of minutes, go pick my kid up from school. But I'll be back tomorrow and we will tackle a couple of bugs. A difficult one is sometimes they deselect themselves. So I can bring it down a little bit in the height. This is going to have to get shifted over as well. So draw combo box. No, hang on, maybe here. No. Draw label. So we could do it here. We could say label bounds. Whoops. Yeah, we could say label bounds dot translate style label padding 0. Which we are already doing there actually. Now that might actually be one of the reasons why it was 2 times. No, it's not this. So if this was 0, what would this look like? So it is already translating it by label padding. So that is working. So let's do 2 times label padding. That doesn't seem to actually be work. And that is correct now. So if we do label padding, like 16. There we go. So what I want to do is maybe like label padding of 8. And then when we draw it, we want to inflate the whole thing by minus style label padding over 2 or something. So now there is no gap where there's nothing selected, is what I was after. So even though there is a gap between the medium and the large, if I put my mouse on there, it still has large selected for most of it, for halfway up to halfway, and then medium. So there's not a point where there's nothing selected, which I didn't want. Okay, so this is a case where we need a scroll bar as well, which is good, because this is the first thing I'm going to work on tomorrow. Scroll bar's not actually rendering properly, it's like bouncing or something. And it's not actually filling the whole space, but that's going to have to be for tomorrow. Hopefully by the end of tomorrow we'll have these fixed. Oh look, we have a little bug there where it's popping out the edge. That could be quickly fixed. Generate item list bounds. Three times label padding. Let's check that one again. Where was it? It was here. Yeah, there we go. So it's a fairly big combo box. Which you may or may not want. So tomorrow we're going to have to... This functionally works, this scroll bar, it's just not rendering properly. Do the scroll bar and then do some materials for the background and the actual buttons themselves to make them look nice. Like we may want a rounded quad here as well. Let's have a look at that first. We can do that quite quickly. Where would that be? Draw background. So it's only this one here that is square and the rest are rounded. I'm not sure. It works nice for like this situation. That's quite nice. It looked really nice because obviously we might put like a border on it as well. I don't know. But then this situation, I'm not sure about that little thing there. Just on its own, either that, have both of them like that, or in this situation, if it's less or equal to the min width, then that has to be 0. So what I'm going to do is just do this. But that's going to have to be me for the day now because I've got to go and pick up my kid from school. She finishes in 15 minutes. But thanks for watching. I'll be back on tomorrow, probably between 9:30 and 10 British time in the morning. Streaming all day, working on more UI, unfortunately. But thanks very much for watching. And I'll see you next time.